Всем привет! Продолжаем учить классы. Уже который день? Третий. Просто духота нереальная. Сегодня, надеюсь, закончим с этим уроком. Надеюсь. Так. Are as usual a great resource for going a little deeper. Look especially at the extents reference page, including the mixing section. React and other frameworks uses classes in this way. You create your components and make them extend the core React component, which gives you access to all their built-in functionality. It is used in class declaration or class expressions to create a class that is a child of another class. Class date formatter extends date. Get format date. Months. This get months. Date formatter August. Так. Class extends parents class. An expression that evaluates to a constructor function, including parent class. An expression that evaluates to a constructor function, including a class or null. Description. The extends keyword can be used to subclass custom classes, as well as built-in objects. Any constructor that can be called with new and has a prototype property can be candidate for the parent class. The two conditions must be both hold. For example, bound functions and proxy can be constructed, but they don't have a prototype property, so they cannot be subclassed. It's invoked the global scope defined. Bound get x. Just proxy object enables you to create a proxy for another object, which can intercept and redefine fundamental operation for that object. Proxy object allows you to create an object that can be used in place of the original object, but which may redefine fundamental object operations like getting, setting, and defining properties. Proxy objects are commonly used to lock property access, validate, format, or sanitize inputs, and so on. Create proxy with two parameters. Target the original object which you want to proxy. Handler. An object defines which operation will be intercepted. Okay. But I don't have... The condition must both hold. For example, bound functions and proxy can be constructed, but they don't have a prototype property, so they can be subclassed. Old style class. There is some property, old style class prototype. Last child class extends all style class. Last modern class, some property equals 1. Class, another child class extends modern class. The prototype property of the parent class must be an object or null. But you would rarely worry about this in practice because non-object prototype doesn't behave as it should anyway, it's ignored by the new operator. Parent class. the function parent class. Что это значит? Parent class must be an object or null, but you would rarely worry about this in practice because a non-object prototype doesn't behave as it should anyway. New operator. A value does not have valid prototype property. Так, extend sets the prototype for both children class and child class prototype. Extend sets the prototype for both child class and child class prototype. Close absence. Не забывай, что такое close пункт. Prototype of child class function prototype. Extends null. Понял. Function prototype child class prototype. Extend parent class prototype of child class. Child class extends. All inheritance of static properties. Object get prototype of child class, parent class. Static properties, all of inheritance of instance properties. Я уже забыл. Static. The right hand side of extends does not have to be an identifier. You can use any expression that evaluates to a constructor. This is often useful to create mixins. The this value in the extends expression is this surrounding the class definition, and referring to the class's name is a reference error because the class is not initialized yet. Await and yield work as expected in this expression. Блять, сколько читать еще? Base class. Well, the base class may return anything from its constructor. Вернусь. Так. While the base class may return anything from its constructor, the derived class must return an object or undefined. The base class may return anything from its constructor. The derived class must return an object or undefined, or type error will be thrown. New parent class. Parent class. The return value is ignored because it's not an object. This is consistent with function constructors. May only return object or undefined. Не понимаю, зачем конструктору делать return. Once constructor returns an object, that object will be used as this value for the derived class when furthering initialization class fields. This trick is called return overriding, which allows derived class fields to be defined in underlying objects. Звучит как что-то важное. Я пока не очень понимаю, зачем он. Subclassing built-ins. Warning. The standard committee now holds the position that the built-in subclassing mechanism's previous spec versions is over-engineered and causes negligible незначительный или что? Plus performance and security impacts. New building method consider less about subclasses and engine implementers and investigating whether to remove certain subclassing mechanism. Consider using composition instead of inheritance when enhancing built-ins. Some things you may expect when extending a class. When calling static factory methods like promise, resolve, or array from, when a subclass's return instance is always an instance of the subclass. When calling an instance method that returns a new instance, when the subclass return instance is always an instance of the subclass. Instance methods try to delegate to a minimal set of primitive methods where possible.
Let's begin with a drum set. Listen for an explosive live sound. The snare should be crisp.
Instance methods try to delegate to a minimal set of primitive methods where possible. For example, for a subclass of promise, overriding then automatically causes the behavior of catch to change. Or for a subclass of map, overriding set automatically causes the behavior of the map constructor to change. Or the above expectations take non-trivial efforts to implement property. The first one requires the static method to read the value of this to get the constructor for constructing and return its instance. This means throws an error because the this inside promise resolve is undefined. It fixes to fall back at this base class if this is not constructor lock. It does, but this still means the base class is special cased. The second one requires the instance method to read this constructor to get a constructor function. However, new this constructor may break legacy code because the constructor property is both readable and configurable and is not protected in any way. Therefore, many copying building methods use the constructor's species property instead. However, что это вообще? Не знаю, что это. Static data property represent the well-known symbol species method that create copies of an object. May look up this symbol on the object in the constructor function to use when creating a copy. Also, execution or arbitrary code creates security vulnerabilities. It also makes certain optimizations much harder. The third one leads to visible invocations of custom code, which makes a lot of optimizations harder to implement. For example, if the map constructor is called with an iterable of x elements, and this must visibly invoke the set method x times instead of just copying the elements into the internal storage. These problems are not unique to building classes. For your own classes, you will likely have to make the same decisions. However, for building classes, optimizability and security are much bigger concern. New building methods always construct the base class and call as few custom methods as possible. New building methods always construct the base class and call as few custom methods as possible. If you want to subclass build-ins while achieving the above expectations, you need to override all methods that have the default behavior baked into them. Any addition of new methods of the base class may also break the semantic of your subclass because they're inherited by default. Therefore, a better way to extend build-ins is to use composition. Вообще не понимаю, что такое build. Что мы читаем? Extends null was designed to allow easy creation of objects that do not inherit from object prototype. However, due to unsettled decisions about whether super should be called within the constructor, it's not possible to construct such a class in the practice using any constructor implementation that doesn't return an object. Insert null if anonymous class is not constructor. Extends null. Constructor. Referencer must call superconstructor in the derived class before accessing this or returning from the derived constructor. Need to explicitly return an instance of the constructor. To allow easy creation of objects that do not inherit from object prototype. Зачем такое? Where you create null prototype object using object create null. Is different from the deprecated property. You can also change the prototype of an object to null by calling the prototype can behave in expected ways because it doesn't inherit any other object methods from object prototype. This is especially true when debugging this common object property converting dictating utility functions may generate errors or lose information, especially if using silent error traps that ignore errors. For example, the lack of object prototype to string often makes debugging interactable. So error can convert object. Go back to null prototype object by setting it to 1. Instead, you need to explicitly return an instance from the constructor. Your target allows the right class to have the correct prototype chain. Get prototype off. Бред какой-то. Что за бред? Example, using extents. Example, creating a class called square from a class called polygon is extracted from this live demo. For example, creates a class called square from a class called polygon. Using extents. The first example creates a class called square from a class called polygon. This example extracted from constructor length. Here's it calls the parent class constructor with a length. Here it calls the parent class constructor. The parent class constructor provided for the polygons width and height. Note it in derived classes. Super must be called before you can use this. Leaving this out will cause a reference error. Get area. This height, this width. This formalizes the common JavaScript pattern of simulating class-like inheritance hierarchies using functions and prototypes. They are effectively simple sugaring over prototype-based or offering a convenient declarative form for class patterns, which encourage interoperability.
Interoperability.
Classes as shipped in Chrome support prototype-based inheritance. Constructors, super calls, instance, and static method. The samples includes in this demo are creating a new class, declaration form, creating a new class expression form, extending an existing class, subclassing methods of a parent class, defining static methods, subclassing built-ins. Polygon, the width of the polygon is 400. Was created with class expression in poly. Square, the area of the square is 25. When it's rectangle, that from the Greek polos. Okay. Creating a new class, declaration form. Base class is defined using the new reserved class keyword and an optional custom class constructor. If one is not supplied, the default constructor is used instead. Stop. Get poly name. Miss poly name. Get poly name. Poly name tagged. Extending an existing class. Class supports extending other classes, but can also extend other objects. Whatever you extend must be a constructor. Let's extend the polygon class. The polygon class to create a new derived class called square. Constructor length. The reserved super keyword is for making super constructor calls and allows access to parent methods. Here it will call the parent class constructor with the length provided for the polygons width and height. Note, in derived classes, super must be called before you can use this. Leaving this out will cause a reference error. Well, before you can use this. Then this out will cause a reference error. Get resetter methods are supporting classes similar to their get area, height, this width, set area value, this area value. New square 5. This area. Defining static methods. Classes support static members which can be accessed without an instance being present. Classes support static members which can be accessed without an instance being present. Class triple using the static keyword creates a method which is associated with a class but not with an instance of the class. Static triple n. Super prop in this example is used for accessing super properties from a parent class. This works fine in static methods too. Bigger triple extends triple. Static triple n returns super triple n. Multiply super triple n. An example is used for accessing super properties from a parent class. This works fine in static. Лучше бы рядом писали, что оно выводит. Как мне теперь, как не догадываться-то? TP triple is not a function. Subclassing, building classes at DOM. Extend unitate array. Sure. Constructor super. Then audio element. My audio. Constructor super. This lyrics. This lyrics. Get lyrics, return this lyrics. Set lyrics. Player controls true. Player lyrics. Document curious vector body. Pen child player. Sure. From samples. Чё вообще происходит? Support subclass and built-ins, but the V18 from supports subclass and built-ins, but arrays. Subclass and arrays supported in Chrome 43. This length -1. Stack push world stack. Hello. Stack top. Oh yeah. Extending plain objects. Classes can extend regular non-constructible objects. If you want to inherit from a regular object by making all properties of this object available on inherited instance, you can instead use object set prototype of animals, pig, dog, object set prototype of dog, prototype, animal, dog, MIDI makes a noise. Extending building objects. The example extend the building date object. This example extended from extending objects. All JavaScript objects inherit from the object prototype by default, so writing extend all JavaScript objects inherit from object prototype by default. So writing extends object at first glance seems Redundant.
redundant,
Redundant. Чё, как переводится? Избыточный, лишний. Ух ты ж, блин. The only difference from not writing extents at all is that the constructor itself inherits static methods from object, such as object keys. However, because no object static method uses this value, there is still no value in inheriting these static methods. The object constructor special cases the subclassing scenario. If it's implicitly called via super, it always initialized a new object with new target prototype as its prototype. The object constructor special cases the subclassing scenario. If it's implicitly called via super, it always initialize a new object with new target prototype as its prototype. Special cases subclassing scenario. If it's implicitly called via super, it always initializes a new object with new target prototype. Any value passes to super is ignored. Class C extends object. Constructor V super V. Блядь. New C false. C keys. But this behavior is a custom wrapper that does not special case subclassing. Return new object. Class D extends my object. Hmm. Extends my object. You may want to return array object in your derived array class myArray. The species pattern lets you override default constructors. For example, when using methods such as arrayPrototypeMap that return the default constructor, you want this method to return the parent array object instead of the myArray object. So parent array object instead of myArray object. The symbol species symbol lets you do this. We'll write species to the parent array constructor. Get static get symbol species. Return array. New array. Mapped a map. This behavior is implemented by many built-in copying method for caveats. See the subclass and built-in discussion. Mixins. Abstract subclasses or mixins are templates for classes. A class can only have a single superclass, so multiple inheritance from tooling classes, for example, is not possible. The functionality must be provided by the superclass. Function with superclass as input and a subclass extending that superclass's output can be used to implement mixins. Function with a superclass as input and the subclass extending that superclass as output can be used to implement mixins. Base class calculator mixin base class extends base calc randomizer mixins base class extends base randomize. Ничего не понимаю. class that uses these mixins can then be written like this. Superclass's input and the subclass extending that superclass as output can be used to implement mixins. Abstract subclasses or mixins are templates for classes. A class can only have a single superclass. So multiple inheritance from tooling classes, for example, is not possible. So functionality must be provided by the superclass. A function with a superclass as input and a subclass extending that superclass as output can be used to implement mixins. Не понимаю, что такое вообще. Мгм. Что надо делать? Hmm. Avoiding inheritance. Inheritance is a very strong coupling relationship in object-oriented programming. It means all behaviors of the base class are inherited by the subclass by default, which may not always be what you want. For example, consider the implementation of a read-only map. Inheritance is a very strong coupling relationship in object-oriented programming. It means all behaviors of the base class are inherited by the subclass by default, which may not always be what you want. For example, consider the implementation of read-only map. Read-only map extends map set throw new type error must be set to constriction time. It turns out that a read-only map is not constructible because the map constructor calls the instances set method. New read-only map. A read-only map must be set construction time. We may get around this by using a private flag to indicate whether the instance is being constructed. However, a more significant problem with this design is that it breaks the Liskov substitution principle. Sure. Is a particular definition of a subtyping relation called strong behavior subtyping that was initially introduced by Barbara Liskov in '87 conference keynote address, which stated that a subclass should be substitutable for its superclass. Is that a subclass? If a function expects a map object, it should be able to use a read-only map object as well, as which will break here. Inheritance often leads to the circle ellipse problem because neither type perfectly entails the behavior of the other. Also, they share a lot of common traits. In general, unless there are very good reasons to use inheritance, it's better to use composition instead. Unless there are very good reason to use inheritance, better to use composition instead. Composition means that the class has a reference to an object of another class. To an object of another class. And only uses that object as an implementation detail. This data new map values. Get key. And this data dot get key. Get size. In this case, the read-only map class is not a subclass of map, but it still implements most of the sum method. This means more code duplication, but also means that the read-only map class is not strongly coupled to the map class and does not easily break if the map class is changed, avoiding the semantic issues of built-in subclassing. For example, if the map class adds in place method that does not call set, it would cause the read-only map class to no longer be read-only unless the letter is updated accordingly to override in place. Moreover, read-only map objects do not have the set method at all, which is more accurate than throwing an arrow at runtime. Okay. Chef toilet. Where many thought class syntax in ES6 is better and useful, however, others indicated that there was no need for the class keyword because JS doesn't have the concept of class. In fact, their argument is that it may make things worse because ES6 official class is just a synthetic sugar and not technically and conceptually accurate. It's false advertisements for or cause for more confusion. Let's see the arguments from both sides to understand it better. Arguments: class in ES6 a good part. The first thing people learn when they study your language is the concept of class and how inheritance works and so on. In JS, you could simulate a class and do all programming since the beginning. However, there was no class keyword in the code to set it up. Create subclasses and call parents functions were all weird and confusing. Also, most JS folks just want to do basic core stuff and move on, but the current syntax throw them off. Further, this isn't an optional way of creating objects. It doesn't prevent people from creating objects using other techniques like function factories, object literal, and so on. So making this syntax look better and similar to other languages while still keeping the prototype inheritance godness is a good thing. People can use other ways if they don't want to use class to create objects. Arguments class in ES6 the new bad part. Conceptually, there is no class in JavaScript. Objects are created without classes. The best way to explain this is to use a real-world analogy of living things like humans with no living things like car, furniture. Furniture. Блин, это слово. Furniture. Furniture. The below picture depicts how object creation differ in Java from that of JavaScript. The below picture depicts how object creation differ in Java from that of JavaScript. Human DNA Java class inherits man DNA. Man Joe new man. Joe leave Java object. Java objects need a blueprint or DNA to exist called class. It's similar to living things and needing DNA to exist in JS. Objects just shows up without the need for classes. No blueprints or DNA. They're similar to non-living things, things that can be created or invented. Just show up without need of classes. They're similar to non-living things, things that can be created or invented, but they come with a plug socket mechanism called prototype that can be used to wire up different objects. Only if just object. As you can imagine in Jazz, there is no overhead and constraints of needing a class to use objects. Further, prototype chain-based inheritance can wire up any object to any other object that may not be related. So it's very flexible compared to classes. Bad for functional programming. Um, Bad for functional programming. Just functions are first-class citizens. Functional programming is all about using functions to their fullest extent. Functional programming is all about using functions to their fullest extent. There's a notion called favor composition over inheritance, and here we are going in the opposite direction because class notation favors inheritance over composition. Так, bad for functional programming. Just functions are first-class citizens. Functional programming is all about using function to their fullest extent. There's a notation called favor composition over inheritance. And here we're going in the opposite direction because class notation favors inheritance over composition. Summary. It's a good part because class is something everyone learns, and making the syntax better is a good thing. It's an optional feature, and there are other ways to create objects like factory functions. Using it for limited purposes is fine. It's a bad part because the concept of class doesn't exist in JavaScript. Concept of classes makes things brittle. Prototypes are better and very flexible. It guides people away from goodness, and the power of functional programming. Elaborates on the cons mentioned in the article and does a great job of going over the topic. Many people think that class syntax is misleading for JavaScript and inheritance is best avoided, and those factory functions from the previous lesson that use composition are inherently better. We are not saying that classes are bad or that inheritance should never be used. We just want you to be informed on the opinion of both sides. Murder robot kill, clean robot clean, animal poop. Barker state. Barker. Это функция просто. Которая возвращает объект. Вот сюда мы объект всовываем. Привет, на каком этапе изучения сейчас? На этапе классов. Спасибо за фоллоу. На этапе классов. Так, не понял. Вот. Ну, достаточно на начальном. Даже нет, нифига не на начальном. Начальный я уже прошел, я уже чуть-чуть выше начального. Ниже среднего. Но еще много чего учить. Так. State. State position. Равно state position плюс state speed. Доброго, доброго. Так. Вчимо класи. Вчимо класи. Третій день. Це капець. Та вроді нічого складного, але щось дуже багато інфи було у цьому. І зараз я типу дивлюсь. Типа. За і проти класів. Типа, що краще використовувати класи або факторні функції. Типа, кажуть, що композиція краще, ніж inheritance. Ну, да, класів по суті нема в JavaScript. Блін, я постійно. Object-oriented programming. Ну да. Ну, клас, по суті, і, і створює об'єкт. Паттерн функціонального програмування ще такий популярний. Ну, ну, типа, що в цьому відео чел казав, що, типа, якщо ми будемо використовувати класи і inheritance, ну, н- ну, наслідку, я не знаю, як на українську. Спадковість. То, типу, якщо ми захочемо зробити якийсь новий об'єкт з певними методами, типа, допустим, з трьох предыдущих. От. Якщо ми захочемо зробити, типа, робота, який вбиває, а також і гавкає, то нам треба буде все це вмістити в новий об'єкт, і в цьому новому об'єкті будуть лишні функції. А за допомогою композиції і функціонального програмування ми можемо це все по отдельності якось робити. От як тут. Коротше, майбутнє за функціональне програмування. Ну от. Вот. Merger Robot Dog. Name. Let's state. Name. Speed position return object. Assign. Barker drivers killer. Mm. Ось Лахверда від нуля. Наприклад, там три останні розділи. Не знаю, нема такого. Мгм. Напиши щось в чат, навіщо? Їм просто в чат кинуть. Так. Нема тут цього. Окей, спасибо. Дивлюсь якось. В останніх 3 розділах. То там тільки, ну він конкретно про це функціональне програмування розказує. Там про класи функціональне програмування в цілому, які патерни. Що краще розказати, чому. Угу, найс. Якось подивлюсь. А взагалі, який в тебе опит в Джейсі? Так. М, From other objects. Ну, composition топ, я понял. Что-то я не понял, не очень понял, как его конкретно использовать. Вот это чел жесткий. Так, у нас монстр есть, конструктор name, есть у него атак ходьба, потом flying monster, он тоже монстр, также у него есть свой fly метод, swimming monster, тоже монстр. Мгм. И bear. Мгм. Так, а тут у меня было, можно возвращать. М, ну да. Мгм. Object Destruction Tutorial. Сейчас посмотрим. Мгм. Да. Monster Creator. Найс, понял. Классикал. Как же этот чел начинает видео Жестко, блин. Это прикольно. Жесть, это жестко тема. Так, послухав. Блин, круто, круто. Очень жестко. Го какой-то, но не нужен го. It amount. This energy amount. Ether state. Amount. Sleeper state. Sleep. Let console log state name is sleeping. State energy. Length. Ignore. Return object assign. Зачем я 3 дня тогда учил эти классы? Instance of plain constructor. Library нужно вернуться. Здесь что вообще? А вот оно все. Ты ж бляха-муха. Function book. Где у меня бук создается? М, Мне нужно это просто переписать. Using branches. Git checkout. Так, значит, git check out minus b. Uh, Sprint does not exist in your remote repo yet. If you go to your library class. However, this branch does not exist in your remote repo yet. If you go to your GitHub repo page, you will see that you only have one branch, which would be main. Let's push this new branch to your remote repo with the command git push origin. Git push origin library class. You can check this with the git branch command. The branch you are currently on will have an asterisk next to it. Git branch. If you know the branch for some reason, now you are set to work new features. You can add files, commit to this branch, and push changes to your repo just like you would with the main branch. Everything is the same except when you push the changes you would use git push origin, since we're pushing to our new branch. Okay. Less book constructor. Теперь мы здесь пишем Book to library. Library. Ну-ка. Что происходит? Куда я нажимаю? Окей. Это было легко. Я уже что-то ерунды наделал. Make book less. Так, и отменить. Происходит. Окей, ладно, пофиг. Describe the pros and cons of using classes in JavaScript. Просов никаких. Никаких плюсов, одни минусы. Минус в том, что это кал несуществующий. Несуществующий кал. Плюс в том, что это просто типа синтаксически легче создавать объект. Это, короче, useless call. How does JavaScript object creation differ from language like Java or Ruby? Без понятия. Just shows up without the need for classes. They're similar to non-living things that can be created or invented. But they come with a plug socket mechanism called prototype that can be used to wire up different objects. Okay. Explains the difference between object constructors and classes. Explain the difference between object constructors and classes. Between object constructors and classes. По сути, одно и то же, просто по-разному написано. Объектные конструкторы просто по отдельности типа конструктор отдельно, а методы отдельно ассайнятся через прототип. А классы то же самое, но только просто все в одном месте. Его удобнее писать. What are getters and setters? Геттеры и сеттеры это как бы внутренние методы, которые позволяют получить какой-то property в защищенном варианте. А также этот property через setter установить. We already know how to work with demo properties that have been used until now were data properties. The second type of property is something new, it's accessor property. They're essentially functions that execute on getting and sending a value but look like regular properties to an external code. Accessor properties are represented by getter and setter method, and in an object literal they are denoted by get and set. Prop name. The getter works when object prop name is read. The setter one is assigned. For instance, we have a user object with a name and surname. No, we want to add a full name property. That should be. Of course, we don't want to copy paste existing information, so we can implement it as an accessor. Mhm. The outside accessor property looks like a regular one. That's the idea of accessor properties. We don't call user full name as a function. We read it normally. The regular runs behind the scenes. As of now, full name has only a getter. If I attempt to assign full, there will be an error. Describe computed names and class fields. Computed names — это название переменной в квадратных скобочках, который позволяет нам вписывать туда другие переменные для использования, чтобы превратить это в название переменной. И класс филды — это общие properties для всех классов. Different classes set in Describe function binding. Функционально эта привязка нужна для того, чтобы у функции был правильный контекст. Когда мы вызываем функцию, мы привязываем для этой функции э, правильный контекст, чтобы она правильно выполнялась. Describe static properties. Static properties — это properties, которые вызываются непосредственно на самом, на самом конструкторе класса, но не копируются, не создаются в экземпляр класса. How inheritance used with classes. Через extend. Why is favoring composition over inheritance suggested? Потому что чем композиция лучше, тем, что мы можем... У нас есть просто набор модулей, которые мы потом всовываем в объект, и у нас объект состоит из того, что нам нужно. В то время как inheritance нам такого не позволит. Если нам нужно будет создать какой-то новый объект из разных там properties и методов, нам придется повыебываться. Изъебнуться очень жестко. И то и не получится, потому что все равно останутся какие-то ненужные нам методы, которые мы не будем использовать, но они будут в объекте. Есть 6 модулей, но обеденный перерыв. Перед тем, как мы продолжим, обеденный перерыв. Все, скоро вернусь. Водка. Жестко. Жестко. Сейчас вернусь. Так. Так. Separate from the module pattern that we discussed in our lesson, modules is a feature that arrived with the ES6. ES6 modules are starting to appear in many code because in code bases around the net, and getting them up running will give us a chance to explore some new parts of a JavaScript ecosystem. So it's going to be worth the excursion. Excursion. Many code bases around the net, and getting them up and running will give us a chance to explore some new parts of JavaScript ecosystem. And don't be fooled, we're going to cover much more than just the new module syntax in this lesson. Before we can really use these modules, we're going to have to learn about NPM and Webpack, which are both topics that will be very useful to you even beyond this lesson. In the end, the modules themselves are simple to implement, so we're going to take this chance to learn about a few other things. Um, Explain what npm is and where it was commonly used before being adopted on the front end. Describe what npm init does and what package.json is. Now, how to install packages using npm. Describe what a JavaScript module bundle like Webpack is. Explain what the concepts entry and output means as it relates to Webpack. Briefly explain what a development dependency is. Explain that transpiling code means and how it relates to front-end development. Briefly describe what a task runner is and how it's used in front-end development. Describe how to write an npm automation script. Explain one of the main benefits of writing code in modules. Explain named exports and default exports. Why do you even need or want this stuff? What do you gain from all of this added complexity? These are good questions with good answers. For a bit history lesson, it's long, but it puts what we're doing here in great perspective. The article is a bit older, and those who have coded along with the example have frequently run into issues, so we don't suggest that you code along. You'll be following along with the official Webpack documentation later. Nevertheless, this article is extremely important conceptually and really clarifies the why of the rest of this lesson. Ты ж, блин. The plenty more options running as well, such as there's also some great options. Ёлки-палки, вот чел, тебе не было лень это писать? Modern JavaScript explained for dinosaurs. Front-end devs used to just need HTML, CSS, and JS. Now apparently they need to learn about Node, npm, Grunt, Gulp, Webpack, Babel. Wait up, what the heck do you need Node for on the front end? Learning modern JavaScript is tough. Какого года 17-го? If you haven't been there since the beginning, the ecosystem is growing and changing so rapidly, but it's hard to understand the problems the different tools are trying to solve. I started programming in 1998, but only began to learn JavaScript seriously in 2014. At the time, I remember coming across Groove Surfy and starting at its tagline. Or lets you require modules in the browser by bundling up all of your dependencies. Pretty much didn't understand any word in this sentence and struggled to make sense of how this would be helpful for me as a developer. The goal of this article is to provide a historical context of how JavaScript tools have evolved to what they are today. 2017 will start from the beginning and build an example website like the dinosaurs did. Example. No tools, just plain HTML and JavaScript. Then we'll introduce different tools incrementally to see the problems that they solve one at a time. With this historical context, you will be better able to learn and add up to the ever-changing JavaScript landscape going forward. Let's get started. I made a video course version of this article, which walks through each section step by step for greater clarity. Using JavaScript the old school way. Let's start with an old school website using HTML and JavaScript, which involves manual downloading and linking files. Here's example index.html file that links to a JavaScript file. The line script source refers to a separate JavaScript file in the same directory named index.js. This is all you need to make a website. Now let's say you wanted to add a library somewhere someone else wrote, like moment.js. Rita. A library which can help format dates in a human and readable way. For example, you can use the moment function in JavaScript as follows. But this is only assuming you include moment.js on your website. On the homepage for moment.js, you see the following instructions. SPM install moment save. There's a lot of stuff going in the install section on the right, but let's ignore that for now. We can add moment.js to our website by downloading the moment.js min.js file in the same directory and including it in our index.html. Note that moment.js gets loaded before index.js, which means you can use the moment function in index.js as follows. This is how we used to make websites with JavaScript libraries. The good thing was that it was easy enough to understand. The bad thing was that it was annoying to find and download new versions of libraries every time they would update. Easy enough to understand. The bad thing that was that it's annoying to find and download new versions of libraries every time they would update. Using JavaScript Package Manager (npm). Starting around 2010, several competing JavaScript Packages Manager emerged to help automate the process of downloading and upgrading libraries from a central repository. Bower was arguably the most popular in 2013, but eventually was overtaken by npm around (2015). It's worth noting that starting around late 2016, YAR has picked up a lot of traction Pick up a lot of traction as an alternative to npm's interface, but it still uses npm packages under the hood. Note that npm was originally a package manager made specifically for Node.js, a JavaScript runtime designed to run on this server, not the frontend. Note that npm was originally a package manager made specifically for Node.js. NPS was originally a package manager and was made specifically for Node.js, a JavaScript runtime designed to run on the server, not the frontend. So that make it pretty weird choice for a front-end JavaScript package manager for libraries meant to run it in a browser. Using package manager generally involves using command line, which in the past was never required as a front-end dev. If you never used one, you can read this tutorial to get a good overview to get started. For better or for worse, knowing how to use a command line is an important part of modern JavaScript. It opens up doors in other areas of development as well. Есть. Шесть, это еще не все. Бляха. Let's look at how to use npm to install the moment.js package automatically instead of manually downloading it. If you have Node.js installed, you already have npm installed, which means you can navigate your command line to the folder with your index.html file and enter. To the folder with stuff. This will prompt you with several questions. The defaults are fine. You can hit enter for each question and generate a new file named package JSON. This configuration file that npm uses to save all project information. With the defaults, the contents of package.js should look something like. Ну-ка. npm init. Привет, Стэмпи, привет. Debug есть кнопка. Фига себе. Так. Name test version script. Окей. Как дела? Чё нового? To install the moment.js JavaScript package, we can now follow the npm instructions from their homepage by entering the following command in the command line. Mm. By entering the following command in the command line: npm install moment save. The command does two things. First, it downloads all the code from the Moment.js package into a folder called Node Modules. Second, it automatically modifies the package JSON file to keep track of Moment.js as a project dependency. Учиться вообще не хочется, понимаю. Понимаю. Такая хорошая погода. Мне тоже вообще нет желания что-то делать. Хочется на улицу ходить, с кем-то встретиться, прогуляться. Вот что хочется. Ам, Ну, блин, тоже. Много ходить, гулять тоже надоест. To keep track of Moment.js as a project dependency. This is useful later when sharing a project with others instead of sharing the Node modules folder, which can get very large. You only need to share the package JSON file, and other developers can install the required packages automatically with the command npm install. So now we no longer have to manually download Moment.js from the website. We can automatically download and update it using npm. Looking inside the Node modules folder, we can see the moment min.js file in the Node modules moment min directory. This means we can link to the npm downloaded version of moment in the index.html file as follows. So the good thing is that we can now use npm to download and update our packages through the command line. The bad thing is right now we're digging through the Node modules folder to find the location of each package and manually including it in HTML. That's pretty inconvenient. So next we'll take a look at how to automate this process. Using JavaScript modules bundler webpack. Most programming languages provide a way to import code from one file into another. JavaScript wasn't originally designed with Most programming languages provide a way to import code from one file into another. JavaScript wasn't originally designed with these features because JavaScript was designed to only run in the browser. There's no access to the file system of the client's computer for security reasons. So for the longest time, organizing JavaScript code in multiple files required you to load each file with variables shared globally. This is actually what we're doing with the above moment.js example. The entire moment.js file is loaded in the HTML, which defines a global variable moment, which is then available to any file loaded after moment.js, regardless of whether or not it needs access to it. In 2009, a project named CommonJS was started with the goal of specifying an ecosystem for JavaScript outside the browser. A big part of CommonJS was In 2009, a project named CommonJS was started with the goal of specifying an ecosystem for JavaScript outside the browser. A big part of CommonJS was a specification for modules, which would finally allow JavaScript to import and export code across files like most programming languages without resorting to global variables. Resorting to global variables. The most well-known of implementation of CommonJS modules is Node.js. I mentioned earlier Node.js is JavaScript runtime designed to run on the server. Here's what the early example would look like using Node.js modules. Instead of loading all of moment.min.js with an HTML script tag, you can load it directly in JavaScript file as follows. Follow from JavaScript console log moment start of well. Instead of loading all of moment.min.js with HTML script tag, you can load directly as follows. Again, this is how module loading works in Node.js, which works great since Node.js is server-side language with access to the computer's file system. Node.js also knows the allocation of each npm module path, so instead of having to require you can simply write require moment. This module loading work in Node.js, which works great since Node.js is a server-side language with access to the computer's file system. Node.js also knows the location of each npm module path, so instead of having to write, you can simply write moment. Oh, pretty sweet. This is all great for Node.js, but if you try to use the above code in the browser, you will get an error saying requires not defined. The browser doesn't have access to the file system, which means loading modules in this way is very tricky. Loading files has to be done dynamically, either synchronously, which slows down execution, or asynchronously, which can have timing issues. This is where module bundler comes in. JavaScript module bundler is a tool that gets around the problem. Where module bundler comes in, JavaScript module bundler is a tool that gets around the problem with a build step. Which has access to the file system to create a final output that is browser compatible, which doesn't need access to the file system. In this case, we need a module bundler to find all required statements. which is invalid browser JavaScript syntax, and replace them with the actual contents of each required file. The final result is a single bundled JavaScript file with no required statements. The most popular module bundler was Browserify, which was released in 2011 and pioneered the usage of Node.js style require statements on the front end, which essentially is what enabled NPM to become the front end package of choice. What enabled NPM to become the front-end package manager of choice. Around 2015, Webpack eventually became the more widely eventually became the more widely used module bundler, fueled by the popularity of the React front-end framework. Which took full advantages of Webpack's various features. Let's take a look at how to use Webpack to get the above required moments. Example, working in the browser. First, we need to install Webpack into the project. Webpack itself is an npm package, so we can install it from the command line. Install Webpack. Now that we're installing two packages, Webpack and Webpackly, which enables you to use Webpack from the command line. Also note that the save dev argument, this saves it as a development dependency, which means it is a package that you need in your development environment but not on your production server. You can see this reflected in the package.json file, which was automatically updated. Now we have Webpack and Webpackly installed. For you can dev dependencies. Sound to packages Webpack, and which enables you to use Webpack from the command line. Also note that same dev argument, this saves it as a development dependency, which means it's a package that you need in your development environment but not on your production server. You can see this reflected in the package.json file, which was automatically updated. Now we have Webpack and Webpack client installed as packages in the Node modules folder. The packages in the Node modules folder. You can use Webpack Live from the command line as follows. The command will run the Webpack tool that's installed in the Node modules folder. Start with the index.js file. Find any required statements and replace them with the appropriate code to create a single output file, which by default is the command will run the Webpack tool that was installed in the Node modules. Folders that start with the index.js file. Find any required statements and replace them with the appropriate code to create a single output file, which by default is the mode development argument is to keep the JavaScript readable for developers, as opposite to minified output with the argument mode production. Блин, я уже что-то не понимаю, что это происходит здесь. The Webpack tools that was installed in the Node modules folder start with the index.js file. Find any required statements and replace them with the appropriate code to create a single output file, which by default is the mode development argument that was installed a folder. Start with the index.js file. Find any required statements and replace them with the appropriate code to create a single output file, which is by default is dist main.js. The mode development argument is to keep the JavaScript readable for developers, as opposite to a minified output with the argument mode production. Now that we have webpacks output, we're going to use it instead of index.js. The browser, as it contains invalid require statements. This would be reflected in the index.html file as follows. If you're the browser, as it contains invalid require statements, reflected. If you refresh the browser, you should see that everything is working as before. Now that we'll need to run the webpack command each time we change index.js. This is tedious and will get even more tedious as we use Webpack's more advanced features like generating source maps. To help debug the original code from the transpiled code. Webpack can read options from a config file in the root directory of the project named webpack config.js, which in our case would look like. I can read options from a config file in the root directory of the project name. Uh, Name webpack config.js, which in our case would look like module exports mode development entry output. Now each time we change index.js, we can run webpack with a command. With a command. Hmm. Run webpack command each time we change index.js. This is tedious and will get more tedious as we use webpack's more advanced features. To help debug the original code from the transpiled code, Webpack can read options from a config file in the root directory of the project. Named Webpack can read options from a config file in the root directory of the project named Webpack config.js, which is in our case would look like. Now each time we change index.js, we can run Webpack with a command. We don't need to specify the index.js and mode development options anymore, since Webpack is loading those options from the webpack config.js file. This is better, but it's still tedious to enter the command for each code change. Will make this process smoother in a bit. Overall, this may not seem like much, but there are some huge advantages to this. Huge advantages to this workflow. We are no longer loading external scripts. We are global variables. Any new JavaScript libraries will be added using require statements in the JavaScript, as opposite to adding new script tags in the HTML. Will be added using require. In the JavaScript is opposite to adding new script. Tags in the HTML have a single JavaScript bundle file. Is often better for performance. And now that we added a build setup, there's some other powerful features we can add to our development workflow. Browserify or Webpack. Webpack is more popular this day. It's too much. Well, it's true that things move fast in JavaScript world, but that's what allows for innovation, which everybody benefits from. So you're saying I have to just get used to it? Maybe things are settling down as we speak. Transpiling code for new language features. Transpiling code means converting the code in one language to code in another similar language is an important part of front-end development, since browsers are also are slow to add new features. New languages were created with experimental features that transpile to browser-compatible languages. For CSS, there is Sass, Less, Stylus, to name a few. For JavaScript, the most popular transpiler for a while was CoffeeScript, released around 2010, whereas nowadays most people use Babel or TypeScript. Ничего не меняется, в чем прикол? Что происходит вообще? Интересно, как эта страница сделана на телефоне? Никак. Просто, просто все в колонку. JavaScript is language focused on improving JavaScript by significantly changing the language optional parentheses, significant white space, etc. Babel is not a new language, but the transpile next generation JavaScript with features not yet available to all browsers. To older, more compatible JavaScript. TypeScript is a language that is essentially identical to next generation JavaScript, but also adds optional static typing. Many people choose to use Babel because it's closest to vanilla JavaScript. Чё, и как его потестировать? Let's look at an example how to use Babel with our existing Webpack build setup. First, we'll install Babel, which is an npm package, into the project from the command line. With our existing Webpack build setup, first we'll install Babel, which is an npm package, into the project from the command line. So Babel, which is an npm package, to the project from the command line. npm install Babel or Babel preset. Okay, sure. Now that we're installing three separate packages as dev dependencies, Babel core is the main part of Babel. Babel present dev is a preset defining which new JavaScript features to transpile, and the Babel loader is a package to enable Babel to work with Webpack. We can configure Webpack to use Babel loader by editing the Webpack config.js file as follows. We can configure Webpack to use Babel loader by editing the Webpack. Mhm. This can be confusing. Fortunately, it's not something we'll be editing often. Basically, we are telling Webpack to look for any JS files, excluding ones in the node modules folder, and apply a Babel transpilation using a Babel loader with the Babel preset env preset. You can read more about Webpack configuration syntax here. Now that everything is set up, we can start writing ES 2015 features in your JavaScript. Here's an example of an template string on the index.js file. You can also use import statement instead of require for loading modules, which is what you will see in a lot of code bases today. You can also use sin in this example, the import syntax is much different from the require syntax, but import has extra flexibility for more advanced cases. Since we change syntax.js, we need to run Webpack again in the command line. Now you can refresh index.html in the browser. At the time of this writing, most modern browsers support all features, so it can be hard to tell if Babel did its job. You can test it in an older browser like or you can search main.js to find the line of transpiled code. Here you can see Babel transpiled. String into regular JavaScript string concatenation to maintain browser compatibility. While this particular example may not be too exciting, the ability to transpile code is a very powerful one. There's some exciting language features coming to JavaScript, like async await, that you can start using today to write better code. And while transpilation may at times seem tedious and painful, it has led to a dramatic improvement of the language in the past few years. As people are testing out tomorrow's features today, we're almost done, but there's still some unpolished edges in our workflow. If we're concerned about performance, we should be minifying the bundle file, removing all unnecessary characters. The bundle file, which should be easy enough since we're already incorporating a build setup. We also need to rerun the webpack command each time we change the JavaScript, which gets old real fast. So the next thing, we'll look at some convenience tools to solve these issues using a task runner. Now that we're invested in using a build setup to work with JavaScript modules, it makes sense to use a task runner, which is a tool that automates different parts of the build process. For front-end development tasks include modifying code, optimizing images, running tests, etc. In 2013, Grant was the most popular front-end task runner, with the Gulp following shortly after. Both rely on plugins that wrap other command lines tools. Nowadays, the most popular choice seems to be using the script capabilities. Nowadays, the most popular choice seems to be using the script capabilities built into the npm package manager itself, which doesn't use plugins but instead works with other command line tools directly. Let's write some npm script to make using webpack easier. This involves simply changing the package.json file as follows. So simply changing the packages file as follows. Here we added two new scripts, build and watch. To run the build script, you can enter the command line npm run build. This will run webpack using configuration from the webpack config.js we made earlier, with the progress option to show the percent progress, and the mode production option to minimize the code for production. To run the watch script, this uses the watch option instead of automatically rerun webpack each time any JavaScript file changes, which is great for development. Note that the scripts in the package.json can run webpack without having to specify the full path. Since Node.js knows the location of each npm module path. This is pretty sweet. We can make things even sweeter by installing Webpack Dev Server, a separate tool which provides a simple web server with live reloading. Simple web server. To install it as a development dependency, enter the command. Then add an npm script and package JSON. Now you can start your dev server by running the command. This will automatically open the index.html website in your browser with an address of localhost by default. Anytime you change your JavaScript in index.js, Webpack Dev Server will rebuild its own bundle of JavaScript and refresh the browser automatically. This is surprisingly useful time saver, as it allows you to keep your focus on the code instead of having to continuously switch context between the code and the browser to see new changes. Website. Time you change your JavaScript in index.js, Webpack Dev Server will rebuild its own bundled JavaScript and refresh the browser automatically. This is surprisingly useful time saver, as it allows you to keep the focus on the code instead of having to continuously switch context between the code and the browser to see new changes. This only scratching the surface. There's plenty more options with both Webpack and Webpack Dev Server. You can of course make npm scripts for running other tasks as well, such as converting CSS to CSS, compressing images, running tests. Anything that has a command line tool is fair game. There's also some great advanced options and tricks with npm scripts themselves. In conclusion, so it's modern JavaScript. This is modern JavaScript in a nutshell. We went from plain HTML and JS to using the package manager, to automatically download third-party packages, a module bundler, to create a single script file, a transpiler to use future JavaScript features, and a task runner to automate different parts of the build process. Definitely a lot of definitely a lot of moving pieces here, especially for beginners. Web development used to be a great entry point for people new to programming, precisely because it was so easy to get up and running. Nowadays it can be quite daunting, угнетающий, что ли? Устрашающий, especially because the various tools tend to change rapidly. Still, it's not as bad as it seems. Things are settling down, particularly with the adoption of the Node ecosystem as viable viable way to work with the front end. It's nice and consistent to use npm as a package manager, not require or import statements for modules, and npm scripts for running tasks. This is a vastly simplified workflow compared to even a year or two ago. Even better for beginners and experienced developers alike is that frameworks these days often come with tools to make the process easier to get started. Ember has Ember CLI, which was hugely influential on Angular's CLI, React's Create React App, Vue's Vue CLI, etc. All these tools will set up a project with everything you need. All you need to do is start writing code. However, these tools aren't magic. They simply set everything up in a consistent and working fashion. You may often get to a point where you need to do some extra configuration with Webpacks, with Webpack, Babel, etc. It's still very critical to understand what each piece does, as we have covered in this article. Modern JavaScript can definitely be frustrating to work with, as it continues to change and evolve at a rapid pace, but even though It may seems it may seem at time at times like reinventing the wheel. JavaScript rapid evolution has helped push innovations such as hot reloading, real-time linting, and time travel debugging. It's an exciting time to be a developer, and I hope this information can serve as a roadmap to help you on your journey. I should guard against such cynical. Ой, бля, еще здесь читать. Здесь вот не меньше. Because it's long, but it puts what we're doing here in great perspective. This article is a bit older. Those who have coded along with example have frequently run into issues, so we don't suggest that you code along. You will be following along with the official Webpack documentation later. Nevertheless, this article is extremely important conceptually and really clarifies the why of the rest of this lesson. The Node Package Manager is a command line tool that gives you access to a gigantic repository of plugins, libraries, and tools. If you have done our fundamentals course, you'll probably have encountered it when you installed the Jest testing framework to do our exercises. Read through the npm links below, but don't worry about running any of the commands on your computer. This section is about growing your awareness of npm. You will have an opportunity to use what you learn here in upcoming projects. Take a couple minutes to read the About npm page, a great introduction to npm. Блин, жестко, блин. Да, это жестко. npm is the world's largest software registry, open source. Developers from every continent use npm to share and borrow packages, and many organizations use npm to manage private development as well. npm consists of three distinct components: the website, the the registry. Use npm to share and borrow packages, and many organizations use npm to manage private development as well. Use the website to discover packages. Set up profiles and manage other aspects of your npm experience. For example, you can set up organizations to manage access to public or private packages. The CLI runs client from a terminal and is how most developers interact with npm. The registry is a large public database of JavaScript software and the meta information surrounding it. Adapt packages of code to your apps or incorporate packages as they are. Download standalone tools you can use right away. Run packages without downloading using npx. Share code with any npm user anywhere. Restrict code to specific developers. Create organization to coordinate package maintains coding and developers. From virtual terms, form virtual teams by using organization. Manage multiple versions of code and code dependencies. Update applications easily when underlying code is updated. Discover multiple ways to solve the same puzzle. Find other developers who are working on similar problems and projects. Okay, teaches you how to install packages with npm. But don't worry about running any of the commands on your computer, which you can use to manage your project dependencies. Development dependencies to learn what they are and how to use them. The author of the article clarifies something potentially confusing in the first comment. After reading about the practicing with webpacks in this lesson, you should come back. If you run into trouble, you can check. Okay, packages with npm. Downloading and installing packages locally. You can install a package locally if you want to depend on the package from your own module using something like Node.js. Require this. This is npm installs default behavior. Installing an unscoped package. Unscoped packages are always public, which means they can be searched for, downloaded, and installed by anyone. To install a public package, on the command line run. This will create the node modules directory in your current directory. If one doesn't exist yet, it will download the package to that directory. Note if there is no package.json file in the local directory, the latest version of the package is installed. If there's a package.json file, npm installs the latest version of that, specifies the rule declared in package.json, installing the scoped public package. Scoped public package can be downloaded and installed by anyone as long as the scope name is referenced during installation. Select private package. Private package can only be downloaded and installed by those who have been granted read access to the package. Since private packages are always scoped, You must reference the scope name during installation. npm install scope private package name. Testing package installation. To confirm that npm install worked correctly in your module directory, check that a node modules directory exists and that it contains a directory for the packages you installed. To confirm that npm install correctly in your module directory, check that node modules directory exists and that it contains a directory for the packages you installed. Install package version. If there is a package.json file in the directory in which npm install is run, npm installs the latest version of the package that satisfies the semantic version a rule declared in package.json. If there is no package.json file, the latest version of the package is installed. Install the package with the dist tags. Like npm publish, npm install package name will use the latest tag by default. To override this behavior, use npm install package. For example, to install the example package of the version tagged with beta, you would run the following command. npm install example package beta. Project dependencies. Creating a package.json file. You can add toilet. Так. Так. You can add a package JSON file to your package to make it easy for others to manage and install. Packages published to the register must contain a package JSON file. A package JSON file list the packages your project depends on, specifies versions of a package that your project can use using semantic versioning rules, make your build reproducible and therefore easier to share with other developers. To make your package easier to find on the NPM website, we recommend including a custom description in your package JSON file. Package JSON fields. Required name and version fields. The package JSON file must contain name and version fields. The name field contains your package's name and must be lowercase and one word, and may contain hyphens and underscores. The version field must be in the form XXS and follow the semantic versioning guidelines. After field. If you want to include package after information in after fields, use the following format. Email and website are both optional. Example. Creating a new package JSON file. You can create a package JSON file by running CLI questionnaire or creating a default package JSON file. Running a CLI questionnaire. To create a package JSON file with values that you supply, use the npm init command. On the command line, navigate to the root directory of your package. Run the following command. You can create a file by running select question or creating a default package file. To create it, that you supply, use the npm init command. Answer the question in the command line questionnaire. Customize the package JSON questionnaire. If you expect to create many package JSON files, you can customize the questions asked. You expect to create many package JSON files, you can customize the question asked and fields created during the init process, so all the package JSON files contain a standard set of information. In your home directory, create a file called npm init.js. To add custom questions using a text editor, add questions with the prompt function. To add custom fields using a text editor, to add custom fields using a text editor, to add custom fields using text editor, add desired fields to npm init.js file. Custom fields using the text editor. To add custom fields using the text editor, add desired fields to the npm init.js file. Custom field. To learn about creating advanced npm init customization, see create a default packages and file. To create default packages using information extracted from the current directory. Use the npm init command with the yes flag. For a list of default values, see default values extracted from the current directory. The command line navigate to the root directory of your package. The command line navigate to the root directory of your package. Run the following command. To create a default package JSON using information extracted from the current directory, use the pointer. Default values extracted from the current directory: name, version, description, from the readme or empty string. Script by default creates an empty test script. Keywords after license bugs. Information from the current directory present, homepage, information from the current directory press setting, config options for the init command. You can set default config options for the init command, for example, to set the default outer email, after name, and license on the command line, and run the following commands. You can set default config options for the init command. For example, to set the default after email, after name, and license on the command line, run the following commands. Set default after email, after name, and license. The after of the article clarifies something potentially confusing in the first command. Comment. After reading about and practicing with Webpack in the lesson, you should come back to this comment and understand what he meant. If you aren't familiar, demystifying dev dependencies. and dependencies. Technology experience from GeoCities and Angelfied to real time. Чел жесткий. Блин, жесткий чел. Familiar. If you aren't familiar, dev dependencies and dependencies are two properties that are added to a package JSON. When a package is installed as a development dependency or a production dependency respectively. Dev dependency and dependency are two properties that are added to package JSON when the package is installed and as a development dependency or a production dependency respectively. In the NPM ecosystem, packages are installed and consumed by requiring or importing them in files. And consumed by requiring or importing them in files. Or run in the command line as binaries. When application is fed into a module bundler like Webpack or a rollup, all required dependencies are pulled together and bundled, as the name suggests. You should ensure that these packages are present in dependencies and they're needed at runtime. Which is fed into a module bundler like Webpack or Rollup. All required dependencies are pulled together and bundled. As the name suggests, you should ensure that these packages are present in the dependencies. Packages are installed and consumed by requiring or importing them in files or running the command line as binaries when an application is fed into a module bundler like Webpack or Rollup. All required dependencies are pulled together and bundled, as the name suggests. You should ensure that these packages are present in dependencies as they're needed at the runtime. Development dependencies or dev dependencies are packages that are consumed by requiring them in files or run as binaries during the development phase. These are packages that are only necessary during development and not necessary for the production build. Some examples of packages that would only be required during development are variable plugins and presets, test runners, and linter packages. Alternatively, there is a dependency that is necessary in both production and development. In this case, it can be added to dependencies, since dependencies are available in both production and development. I hope this explain helps you in deciding whether to save Dave. Вообще ничего не помогло. Why should I have Webpack or something that Webpack is building in? Dependencies and both are often used only in development. Only server dependencies should be in dependencies. Confusion is in the sentence when I say these packages refers to all required dependencies. that your application needs at runtime. No specific Webpack or rollup, but I mean I put my Webpack and client-side dependencies into. Works out great. It works, but it's not semantically correct. Loading unused packages. The less packages in production, the faster and safer. Maybe we should just roll up our server and not have runtime dependencies at all. Сейчас вернусь. Пару минут перерыв. Yarn. At some point you'll probably run into yarn. It plays off for the default NPM for the most part. It does the same thing, though it does have a few more features. Recent versions of NPM have incorporated some of the best features of yarn, so using it won't offer you any real advantages at this point in your career. It is a fine package manager, however, it may be worth your consideration in the future. Webpack. Webpack is simply a tool for bundling modules. There's a lot of talk across the net about how difficult and complex it is to set up and use, but at the moment our needs are few and the setup is simple enough. In fact, you can see an example of getting up and running on the front page. Talk about across the net how difficult and complex it is to set up and use, but at the moment our needs are few and the setup is simple enough. In fact, you can see an example of getting it up and running on the front page of their website. Gold sponsors. Those who have pledged. Нифига. Какой-то один чел просто закинул. Microsoft 10 тысяч. Эти 38. Нормально их-то. 130. Ноль. Офигеть. Mac is a very powerful tool, and with that power comes a decent amount of complexity. Don't let it scare you off. The basic configuration is not difficult, and proficiency with Webpack looks amazing on resumes. The basic configuration is not difficult, and proficiency with Webpack looks amazing on resumes. To get us started, we're going to refer to the official documentation. This tutorial through conclusion. Ёлки-палки. Webpack is used to compile JavaScript modules. Once installed, you can interact with Webpack either from its CLI or API. If you're still new to Webpack, please read through the core concepts in this comparison to learn why you might use it over the other tools that are out of the community. First, let's create a directory, install, and initialize npm. Install the Webpack line. The tool used to run Webpack on the command line. Окей. Угу. Нифига. Нифига. Что это такое? Что это? Throughout the guide we'll use div blocks to show you what changes we're making to directories, files and code. For instance, this is a new line you shall copy into your code, this line to remove from your code, and this is line not to touch. Now we'll create the following directory structure, files and their contents. Project. Что за project? Не понимаю. Next.js. Create element div. Lodash currently included via script is required for this line to work. In HTML, also need to adjust our package JSON file in order to make sure we mark our packages as private, as well as removing the main entry. This is to prevent an accidental publish of your code. If you want to learn more about the inner workings package JSON, then we recommend reading the npm documentation. Private true package JSON main. The, in this example, there is implicit dependency between the script tags. Our index.js file depends on Lodash. Being included in the page before it runs. It's because index.js never explicitly declared a need for Lodash. It assumes that the global variable exists. There are problems with managing JavaScript projects this way. It is not immediately apparent that the script depends on an external library. It's not immediately apparent that the script depends on external library if a dependency is missing or included in the wrong order. The application will not function properly. If a dependency is included but not used, the browser will be forced to download unnecessary code. Let's use Webpack to manage these scripts instead. Creating a bundle. We also will tweak our directory structure slightly, separating the source code from our distribution code. The source code is a code that we'll write and edit. The distribution code is the minimized and optimized output of our build process that will eventually be loaded in the browser. Tweak the directory structure as follows. You may have noticed that index.html was created manually even though it is now placed in the dist directory. Later on, another guide will generate index.html rather than editing manually. When this is done, it should be safe to empty the dist directory and to regenerate all the files within it. To bundle the Lodash dependency with index.js, we will need to install the library locally. When installing a package that will be bundled into your production bundle, you should use npm install save. If you're installing a package for development purpose, linter testing libraries, etc., then you should use npm install save dev. More information. Да я вообще не понимаю, что я реально делаю. Now let's import Lodash in our script. Lodash now imported. Now, since we'll be bundling our script, we have to update our index.html file. Let's remove the Lodash script, as we now import it and modify the other script tag to load the bundle instead of the raw source file. Script tag to load the bundle instead of our scripts. We have to update our index.html. Let's remove the Lodash script as we now import it. And modify the other script tag to load the bundle instead of the raw source file. This setup index.js explicitly requires Lodash to be present and binds it as underscore non-global scope pollution. By stating what dependencies a module needs, Webpack can use this information to build a dependency graph. It then uses a graph to generate an optimized bundle where scripts will be executed in the correct order. With that said, let's run npx webpack. Which will take our script at With that said, let's run npx webpack, which will take our script as the entry point and will generate this main.js and the output. The npx command, which ships with node, runs the webpack binary. Install at the beginning. Вообще не понимаю, что мы делаем. The build is successful. Что мне нужно сделать? Main.js. Чё, блядь, чё за хуйня, блядь, чё за хуйня, блядь? Чё это? Кто это придумал вообще? From this in your browser ends, if everything went right, you should see modules. The import and export statements have been standardized. They are supported in most of the browsers. This moment, however, there's some browsers that don't recognize the new syntax, but don't worry, Webpack does support them out of the box. Behind the scenes, Webpack actually transpiles the code so that older browsers transpiles the code so that older browsers can also run it. If you inspect this main.js, you might be able to see how Webpack does this. It's quite ingenious. Besides import and export, Webpack supports various other module syntaxes as well. See module API for more information. Note that Webpack will not alter any code other than import and export statements. If you're using other features, make sure to use transpilers such as Babel using configuration. As version 4, Webpack doesn't require any configuration, but most projects will need a more complex setup, which is why Webpack supports a configuration file. This is much more efficient than having to manually type in a lot of commands in the terminal, so let's create one. Webpack config.js. Output. Now let's run the build again, but instead using our new configuration file. И чё? И чё? If a webpack config just is present, the webpack command pick it up by default. We use the config option here only to show that you can pass a configuration of any name. This will be useful to more complex configurations that needed to be split into multiple files. The configuration file also allows for more flexibility than CLI usage. We can specify loader rules, plugins, resolve options, and many other enhancements this way. See the configuration documentation to learn more. NPM scripts. Given it's not particularly fun to run a local copy of a back from the CLI, we can set up a little shortcut. Let's adjust our package JSON by adding an npm script. Now the npm run build command. Now the npm run can be used in place of the npx command we used earlier. Note that within scripts we can reference locally installed npm packages by name the same way we did with npx. This convention is a standard in most npm based projects because it allows all contributors to use the same set of common scripts. Now run the following command and see if your script alias works. Custom parameters can be passed to Webpack by adding two dashes within the npm run build command and your parameters. Now that you have the basic build together, you should move on to the next guide. Have basic build together, you should move on to the next guide to learn how to manage assets like images and font with Webpacks. At this point, your project should look like this. Do not compile untrusted code with Webpack. It could lead to execution of malicious code on your computer, remote servers, or in the web browsers of the end user of your application. You want to learn discuss what's going on there. After installing Webpack using npm, we set up a simple project that required an external library, Lodash. Check it out here if it's new to you. JavaScript uses by taking the hassle out of working with arrays, numbers, objects, strings. Modular methods are great for iterating arrays, objects, and strings, manipulating and testing values, creating composite functions. Simple script tag. The site lists a few reasons why this is probably not ideal, and then steps through the using Webpack to accomplish the same thing. There are a couple of key concepts of understanding how Webpack works: entry and output. In this example, we rearranged the files into a source and dist folder. Technically, we could have called those folders anything, but those names are typical. Source in our source directory. In other words, source is where we write all of code that Webpack is going to bundle up for us. When Webpack runs, it goes through all of our files looking for any import statements, and then compiles all of code we need to run our site into a single file inside of the dist folder, short for distribution. Our entry file then is the main application file that links either directly or indirectly to all of the other modules in our projects. In this example, it is source index.js. The output file is compiled version. Just for more details, we'll talk plugins and loaders in other lessons. Concepts. Ой, бляха. At its core, Webpack is a static module bundler for modern JavaScript application. When Webpack processes your application, it internally builds a dependency graph from one or more entry points and then combines every module your project needs into one or more bundles, which are static assets to serve your content from. Webpack does not require a configuration file to bundle your project. Nevertheless, it is incredibly configurable to better fit your needs. To understand these core concepts, this document is intended to give a high-level overview of these concepts while providing links to detailed concept-specific use cases. This document is intended to give a high-level overview. Entry output, loaders, plugins, mode, broader compatibility. Links to detailed concept-specific. For a better understanding of the ideas behind module bundlers and how they work under the hood, consult these resources. Entry point indicates which module Webpack should be used to begin building out its internal dependency graph. Webpack will figure out which other modules and libraries that entry points depends on. Webpack will figure out which other modules and libraries that entry points depends on. Will figure out which other modules and libraries that entry points depends on, directly or indirectly. By default, its values is, but you can specify a different multiple entry points by setting an entry property in the Webpack configuration. For example, Webpack config.js. The output protocol tells Webpack where to emit the bundles it creates and how to name these files. It defaults to dist main.js for the main output file and to the dist folder for any other generated file. Tells Webpack where to emit the bundles it creates and to name these files. It defaults to for the main output file and to the dist folder for any other generated file. You can configure this part of the process by specifying an output field in our configuration. Webpack config.js. Hmm. The example above, we use the output file name and the output path properties to tell Webpack the name of our bundle and where we want to emit it to. In case you are wondering about the path module being imported at the top, it is core Node.js module that gets used to manipulate the path. The output property has many more configurable features. If you want to learn about loaders, out the box, Webpack only understands JavaScript and JSON files. Loaders allow 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 Webpack to process other types of files and convert them into valid modules that can use consumed by your application and added to the dependency graph. One of Webpack's specific features is the ability to import any type of module. CSS files which may not be supported by other bundlers or task runners will fill this extension, or the language is warranted as it allows developers to build a more accurate dependency graph. At a high level, loaders have two properties in your Webpack configuration. The test property identifies which file or files should be transformed. The use property indicates which loader should be used to do the transforming. Webpack config.js. Mm, mhm. Exports output file module. The configuration above has defined a rules property for a single module with two required properties, test and use. This tells Webpack's compiler the following. Hey Webpack compiler, when you come across a path that resolves to a .txt file instead of require import statement, use the raw loader to transform it before you add it to the bundle. It is important to remember that when defining rules in your Webpack config, you are defining them under module rules and not rules. Feedback will warn you. Warning. Keep in mind that when using a regex to match files, you may not quote it. Is not the same as sure. You may not quote it. The former instructs Webpack to match any file that ends with .txt, and the latter instructs Webpack to match a single file with an absolute path. This is likely not your intention. Plugins. While loaders are used to transform certain types of modules, plugins can be leveraged to perform a wider range of tasks like bundle optimization, asset management, and injection of environment variables. In order to use a plugin, you need to require it and add it to the plugins array. Most plugins are customizable through options. Since you can use a plugin multiple times in the configuration for different purposes, you need to create an instance of it by calling it with a new operator. Webpack config.js. An example above, the HTML Webpack plugin generates an HTML file for your application and automatically injects the generated bundles into this file. There are many plugins that Webpack provides out of box. Using plugins in your Webpack configuration is straightforward, however, there are many use cases that are worth further exploration. By setting the mode parameter to either development, production, or none, you can enable Webpack's built-in optimizations that correspond to each environment. The default value is production. Browser compatible Webpack supports all browsers that are ES5 compliant and not supported. Webpack needs a promise for import and require ensure. If you want to support older browsers, you will need to load a polyfill before using these expressions. Modules. Finally, now that we sort of understand what Webpack is doing, it's time to discuss the module syntax. There are only two components to it: import and export. The static import declaration is used to import read-only live bindings, which are exported by another module. These imported bindings are called live bindings because they're updated by the module supported by bindings, but cannot be reassigned by the importing module. In order to use the import declaration in the source file, the file must be interpreted by the runtime as a module. HTML, this is done by adding type module to the script tag. Modules are automatically interpreted in strict mode. There is also a function like dynamic import, which does not require scripts of type module. Names that will refer to the default export from the module must be a valid JavaScript identifier. The module to import from. The evaluation of the specifier is host specified is often a relative or absolute URL to the JS, a file containing the module. In Node extensionless imports often refer to packages in Node modules. Certain bundlers may permit importing files without extension. Check your environment. Without exchanging your environment, only single quoted and double quoted strings are allowed. Name of the module object that will be used as a kind of namespace when referring to the imports must be a valid JavaScript identifier. Name of the export to be imported. The name can be either an identifier or a string literal, depending on what module name declares to export. If it is a string literal, it must be alias to a valid identifier. Names that will refer to the name imports must be valid JavaScript identifier. Import declarations can be present in modules only at the top level, not inside blocks, functions, etc. If an import declaration is encountered in non-module context, for example, script tags without type module, eval new function, which all have scripts or function body as present goals. Syntax is thrown to load modules in non-module context. Use the dynamic import syntax instead. Import declarations are designed to be syntactically rigid. For example, only string literal specifiers only permitted at the top level. All bindings must be identifiers, which allows modules to be statically analyzed and linked before getting evaluated. This is the key to making modules asynchronous by nature, powering features like top-level await. Боже мой. Forms import declaration. Named import. Default import. Namespace import. Side effect import. Examples to clarify the syntax. Named import. Unival named my export, which has been exported from the module either implicitly as export or explicitly using the export statement. This inserts my export into the current scope. Import my export can import multiple names from the same module. You can import multiple names from the same module. You can rename an export when importing. For example, this inserts short name into the current scope. Это читаю. From the same module. Понял. You can rename an export when importing it. For example, this inserts shirt name into the current scope. A module may also export a member as a string literal, which is not a valid identifier, in which case you must alias it in order to use it in the current module. Export I you must alias in order to use it. Import note is not equivalent to import, and then destructing x and y from default export name and default imports and distinct syntaxes. Default export needs to be imported with a corresponding default import syntax. The simplest version directly imports at the default. Since the default export doesn't explicitly specify a name, you can give the identifier any name you like. It is also possible to specify a default import with namespace imports or named imports. In such cases, the default import will have to be declared first, for instance. The same effect as a default import. It's necessary to alias the name because default is a resort word. Namespace imports. The following code inserts my module into the current scope, containing all the exports from the module located. Here, my module represents a namespace object which contains all exports and properties. For example, if the module imported above includes an export Would call it like this. Is sealed. The default export available as a key called default. For more information, JavaScript does not have a wildcard imports like because of the high possibility of name conflicts. Import a module for its side effects only. Import a module for its side effects only. Import an entire module for side effects only without importing anything. This runs the module's global code. It doesn't actually import any values. Examples. This example, we create a reusable module that exports a function to get all primes within a given range. That's a list of prime numbers that are smaller than max. Import get primes. Imported values can only be modified by the exporter. The undefined begin imported is live binding because the module exporting it may reassign it and the imported value would change. However, the module importing it cannot reassign it. Still, any module holding an exported object can mutate the object, and the mutated value can be absorbed by all other modules importing the same value. You can also observe the new value through the module namespace object. Okay. The export declaration is used to export values from JavaScript module. Exported values can then be imported into other programs with the import declaration or dynamic import. The value of an imported binding is subject to change in the module that exports it. When the module updates the value of a binding that is that it exports, the update will be visible in its imported value. In order to use the export declaration in source file, the file must be interpreted by the runtime and the module. HTML must be In order to use the export declaration in source file, the file must be interpreted by the runtime as a module. In HTML, this is done by adding type module to the script tag or by it being imported by another module. Modules are automatically interpreted in strict mode. Exporting declarations. Export let name, let export const, function, class, function, const. Variable as default exports, default expression, class name function, aggregating modules. Name and identifier to be exported. So they can be imported via imports in other script. If you see an alias with s, the actual exported name can be specified as a string literal, which may not be a valid identifier. Every module can have two different types of export name, export and default export. You can have multiple named exports per module, but only one default export. Each type corresponds to one of the above syntax. Named exports. Export features declared elsewhere. Export individual features. Can export to let. Const function class. Export let. After the export keyword, you can use let constant var declarations as well as function or class declaration. You can also use the export syntax to export a list of names declared elsewhere. Note that export does not export an empty object. It is no op declaration that exports nothing, an empty name list. Export declarations are not subject to temporal dead zones rules. You can declare that the module export X before the name X itself is declared. This works because expert is only declaration but doesn't utilize the value of x. Default experts. Declared elsewhere is default. This is equivalent to expert individual features on default. Names for expert declaration must be distinct from each other. Having experts with duplicate names or using more than one default expert will result in syntax error and prevent the module from being evaluated. The expert default syntax allows any expression. The expert default syntax also any expression. Special case functions classes exported as declarations, not expressions, and these declarations can be anonymous. This means functions will be hoisted. Works because full is a function declaration and the function expression. The special case functions and classes are exported as declarations, not expressions, and these declarations can be anonymous. Named exports are useful when you need to export several values. When importing this module, named exports must be referred to by the exact same name, optionally remaining it with s, but the default export can be imported with any name, for example. Let's have the freedom to use import m instead of import k. K was default import. Can also rename named exports to avoid naming conflicts. You can rename a name to something that's not a valid identifier by using a string literal. For example, re-exporting aggregating. A module can also relay values exported from other modules without the hassle of writing two separate import-export statements. This is often useful in creating a single module concentrating various exports from various modules, usually called a barrel module. And this can be achieved with the export from syntax. Export from syntax. Which is comparable to a combination of import and export, except that function 1 do not become value inside the current module. Most of the import from syntaxes have export from counterparts. There is also export from mod, although there is no import from mod. This re-exports all named exports from mod as named exports of the current module, but the default export of mod is not re-exported. If there are two wildcard export statements that implicitly re-export the same name, neither one is re-exported. Не очень понимаю, что вообще читаю. To import the duplicate name directly will throw an error. It's exactly invalid despite its import equivalent. The correct way of doing this is to rename the export. And the export from syntax allows the s token to be omitted, which makes the default export still re-exported as default export. Examples. Using names expert is in the module, we could include the following code. Then in the top level module included in your HTML page, we could have want to note the following. You need to include this script in your HTML with the script element of type module so that it gets recognized as a module and dealt with appropriately. You can't run JS modules via file URL. You get errors. You need to run it HTTP server. Export. If you want to export a single value or to have a fallback value for your module, you could use as default export. In another script, it is straightforward to import the default export. Using export form. We have the following hierarchy. Just exporting my function and my variable. Child module 2 exporting my class. Parent module just acting as an aggregator and doing nothing else. Top level module consuming the exports of parent module JS. This is what it looked like using snippets, code snippets. Child module 1 function. My variable, my function, my variable. child module my class. In parent module JS only aggregation the exports from child to re-export them. In top level module we can consume the exports from a single module, since parent module collected bundled them in a single source. Понял? Of course, the import statement is the same thing that you used during the Webpack tutorial. These things are simple to use. A file called function 1.js, export function 1. Another JS file import function 1 from. This should work as expected. There are many benefits to writing your code in modules. One of the most compelling is code reuse. If, for instance, you have written some function that manipulate the DOM in a specific way, putting all of those into their own file as a module means that you can copy that file and reuse it very easily. There are also the same benefits as when using factory functions or module patterns. The module pattern and ES6 modules are not the same things. This naming convention is frustrating. With the introduction of ES6 modules, the module pattern EFS is not needed anymore. Though you might still encounter them in the wild. Of ES6 modules, the module pattern is not needed anymore. When using ES6 modules, only what is exported can be accessed in other modules by importing. Additionally, any declarations made in the module are not automatically added. Additionally, any declarations made in the module are not automatically added to the global scope. By using ES6 modules, you can keep different parts of your code cleanly separated, which makes writing and maintaining your code much easier and less error prone. Keep in mind that you can definitely export constructors, classes, and factory functions from your modules. Export constructors, classes, and factory functions from your module. To pull it all together, let's write a simple module and then include it in our code. We're going to continue from where the Webpack tutorial led off. Before beginning, your file directory should look something like this. In addition, you should be able to bundle and run Webpack by simply typing in the terminal, or if you're using the sample project created, add a new file to the source directory called myname.js with the following content. And then in source index.js import and use your new function. Import my name from my name function component const element document create element div. Else use your function element text content. Easy. Now if you run npx webpack your project directory, your page should show a new function being used. Нихуя не работает. Ничего не работает. Ну и бред. Короче, пофиг. Press to use exports in your code named exports and default exports. Which option you use depends on what you're exporting. As general, if you want to export multiple functions, use named exports with this pattern. And default exports. Which option you use depends on what you're exporting. As a general, if you want to export multiple functions, use named exports with this pattern. Even this pattern gives you freedom to only import the functions you need in the various files of your program. It's perfectly fine to only import function 1 if that's the only one you need. The various import-export methods are best explained in the docs. In addition, you can check out this video to understand import and export. Окей. О, духота. Explain what NPM is and where it was commonly used before being adopted on the front end. Да духота, блин, не по погоде, а по учебе, блин. С этими NPM-ами. Ну, я не понимаю, что это. Я понимаю, что это какой-то, ну, какой-то пакет. И что в этом пакете происходит? Ну, я типа могу устанавливать какие-то пакеты, создавать свои пакеты. А что мне дальше с ними делать? Зачем они мне? Ты не заморачивайся, просто ставишь через... Фуеть. Бля, вот это ты объяснил. Да не заморачивайся, просто ставишь через пакетные манагеры пакеты. А можешь как-то нормально объяснить? А, блин, все. Все, я, мне кажется, понял. То есть с помощью NPM мы можем скачивать, ну, типа, устанавливать модули э, и с помощью NPM их обновлять. Ну, устанавливать их, обновлять и так далее. То есть раньше нужно было с сайта скачивать и вручную ставить новые версии. Сейчас можно автоматически скачивать библиотеку для обработки форм. Делаешь npm React Hook Form. Мгм. Окей. Или, например... Когда ты клонируешь репозиторий, необычно без нод модулей, тебе нужно скачать все зависимости. Также npm. Okay, describe what npm init does and what package JSON is. Ну, npm init устанавливает package JSON с какими-то настройками твоего проекта. И в эти настройки ты можешь всякие штуки вставлять. Ты можешь вставлять модули. И это нужно для того, чтобы не сохранять весь проект свой со всеми этими модулями, а просто отдавать пустой проект, а челы уже сами там докачать, что надо. Да. Мгм. Так, окей, правильно. Know how to install packages using npm. Как устанавливать пакеджи? npm install package name. Мгм. Describe what a JavaScript module bundler like Webpack.js. Вот и JavaScript module bundler. Опиши, что такое JavaScript модульный, короче, этот бандлер по типу веб-пэка. Что он делает? Бля, я запутался. А чем отличается NPM от веб-пэка? То есть веб-пэк эти пакеты создает, то есть он берет твой проект и как бы в упаковку его обертывает, а с помощью NPM мы потом эту упаковку разворачиваем. Ага. Представь NPM это торрент, а веб-пак это какая-нибудь программка, которую ты скачал через торрент. Все просто. Ага. То есть, по сути, вот, допустим, где это? Moment.js. То есть, вот это типа библиотека, которая была собрана с помощью веб-пака. Понял. Просто как пример, видимо. Ну, то есть, я понял. Есть еще help. Угу. Я понял. Explain what the concepts entry and output means as related. Объясни, что обозначает вход и выход в отношении веб-пака. Our entry file. Так. There are a couple of key concepts to understand how Webpack works, entry and output. In the example, we rearrange the file into a source in this folder. Technically, we could have called those folders anything but atypical. Is source directory, in other words, source is where we write all of our code that Webpack is going to bundle up for us. When the Webpack runs, it goes through all of our files looking for any import statements. And then compiles all of the code we need to run our site into a single file instead of the dist folder. Ага, понял. Short for distribution. Our entry file then is the main application file that links either directly or indirectly to all of the other modules in our project. In the example, the output file is a compiled version. Main.js, все, я понял. То есть entry это считай наш индекс.js, в котором есть импорты. Ну и не обязательно только он, а все файлы, у которых есть внутри импорты, а output это финальный скомпилированный файл веб-пэком, где он это все преобразовал. Все понимают, чем тут. Ну тут потому что про ES6 модулей рассказывает. Ну, объяснять и объяснять, что такого. Так. Briefly explain what a development dependency is. Development dependency. Ты не понял ни хера. Development dependencies or dev dependencies are packages that are consumed by requiring them in files or run as binaries during the development phase. Dev dependency — это те зависимости, которые ты юзаешь только во время разработки, их не так много. Угу. А как их вообще определять? Например, TS или Webpack. Webpack нужен только на разработке. Если ты собрал проект, собранный проект отдал на хост. Мгм. Что здесь вообще происходит? Вот он мне в main.js скомпилировал вот это вот. Нормально, что он так выглядит? Никак не участвует. Webpack уже закончился на этом этапе сборки. То же самое с TS, но это называется минификация. Минификация. Что такое минификация? Что-то видел такое похожее. Удаление всего лишнего, вспомнил. Не-не. Окей. Explain what transpiling code means and how it relates to front-end development. Transpiling code. Transpiling code. Это, короче, эти, как называется? Штуки по типа SAS в CSS, но которые преобразуют новые фичи JavaScript для браузеров, которые их не поддерживают. Briefly describe what a task runner is and how it's used in front-end development. Блин. Task. Опиши, что такое task runner и как он используется в фронтенде. Task runner, жесть. Task runner. Сейчас узнаем. Builds it up to work with JavaScript modules. Makes sense to use a task runner, which is a tool to automate different parts of the build process. Какие-то скрипты, да, которые помогают в автоматизации. По типу того, что когда мы что-то меняем, то оно автоматически обновляет этот веб-пак. Ну, npm scripts. Это чтобы не писать постоянно. Мгм. Where are the new scripts? Bill and Watch. А, вот, типа, вот это вот, вместо того, чтобы писать вот это каждый раз в консоль, вот эту вот строку и вот эту вот, мы их просто запихнули в package JSON. We added to new script build and watch. Не, подожди. Run the build script, you can enter. This will run webpack with the progress. Option to show the percent progress in the mode production. To minimize the code for production. А зачем веб-пэк ну, зачем этот веб-пэк делать во время разработки, когда я соло сижу? Ну, типа, по сути же веб-пэк, ну, это вот упаковка нужна, если мне нужно с кем-то делиться этим кодом, правильно? Но если я в соло его делаю, и по сути я поделюсь только финальным результатом, то в процессе мне он по сути не нужен. Типа я его не юзал сам по себе. Под капотом он юзается в реакте много где по сути. А, м, окей. Describe how to write an npm automation script. Package JSON. Скрипты. Ну вот это название я могу каким хочешь делать. Правильно? And webkits don't have to specify the full path since Node.js knows the location. This is pretty sweet. We can make things even sweeter by installing Webpack Dev Server, a separate tool which provides a simple web server with a live reloading. To install it as a development dependency, enter the command. Но все равно это отличается. То есть мне чтобы этот скрипт... Мне его нужно запустить. Ага, понял, понял. А мне его тоже... Ну, мне его один раз нужно запустить, не каждый раз, правильно? Если я что-то поменяю. Ну вот... А, не, все, я понял, я понял. Не, все, забей. Explain one of the main benefits of writing code in modules. А, Прикол в том, чтобы использовать, чтобы один раз написать функцию и реюзать ее в разных файлах. Не срать, да, тоже так. Explain named exports and default exports. Ну, default exports это то, что дается по дефолту, если что-то пойдет не так и не передадутся указанные экспорты. Which option you use depends. As a general rule, if you want to export multiple functions, use named. Еще export default импортируется. Ну да, да. Так, ну окей. Завтра у нас веб-пак. Прям отдельный урок. Скачивай ассеты с веб-паком, manage output с веб-паком. Ой, пипец. Ай, глаза. Веб-пак, ресторанная страница, потом ООП принципы и to-do лист. Да, еще много и много. Ну все, с программированием на сегодня хватит. Ой, бляха-муха. Так. Блин, почему ты английский не знаешь? Это так плохо. У нас еще здесь дебаты. Думаю, почилить и пойти попилить ВК клон. Нифига, у тебя чил. Консервативные и прогрессивные дебаты феминисток. Это ж звучит очень интересно. Так, нужно нагреть еды. Ладно, сейчас я стрим перезапущу.